Okay, hello. I don't know what happened. YouTube was doing something really weird and was not letting me connect to StreamYard, but I got it fixed, I think. So, hello, Kim. Also, I don't know why my comment says New reads books. It's something weird on YouTube's end. They like moved my channel or something. I don't know. It was very weird, but I got it fixed.
Grocery day and the milk for tomorrow.
Okay, all right, sit down. Whenever your dad get milk tomorrow, sit down. Or go to bed. My Saturday was fine. And surprising. So I just received this from Amazon. So if anyone here sent me this, please let me know. Thank you so much also to whoever sent me this. But it doesn't have like a note. So I don't know who sent me this. But whoever did send it, thanks so much, honestly. Yeah, thank you so much, whoever sent that. So this was me. We're gonna ignore that. Kim, you're funny. You are funny. Probably buy books. Listen, buying books, it's fine. Hello, Brittany. Hello, best friend. How are you? How is everyone? What are you guys reading? I'm not gonna read.
Completely turn off your computer, Craig.
My bad. I was watching Rice Springs.
Just all my favorite food snacks.
Okay, all right. Sit down. Okay, I'll think about it. Sit down. I got this today, like literally just like 5 minutes ago. Amazon dropped it off. And I was like, maybe I should just put everything down and read this. Except that I sort of want to wait to read this until like October, just because it's scary and spooky and like has creepy like kid drawings. Like it has creepy kid drawings in it, which is really why I wanted the physical copy. So I don't know who ordered this for me. I went to try to go see. It definitely came off my wish list though on Amazon. So I don't know. If no one in Sprint says that they sent it, I'll post on Instagram and see if someone just like sent it from my Instagram. Hello, Pat. We are doing fine. Ari is just waiting for her pajamas so that she can go to bed.
Your favorite?
Yes, Ari, sit down. Reading the Monsters We Defy. Going to start Us Against You. Is this a romance? I'm just wondering. It sounds like a romance. I am reading You're Invited. I finished The Martian earlier today. All I'm going to say is that I did give it a 5-star or a 4.75 star, but I'm thinking I'm going to bump it up to a 5 just because the experience of the audiobook for me was better than the experience of reading the book. I did read about 15% of it before I broke down and bought the audio from Amazon, or from Audible. So I did listen to it and I really did enjoy it. I liked the narrator. Probably gonna give it 5 stars. So I have to film a vlog clip for that to wrap up the first vlog for my project, and then I'll have to edit that. So I'm shooting for that to go up on Friday. That's my goal, because between now and Friday, I have at least 2 sprints coming up between then. So I think I can get it done. But for tonight, I'm going to be reading You're Invited. I'm only on chapter 1. So like page 11, but the little prologue that they have in here, it like gripped me. So I'm hoping that I like it. Sequel to Beartown. Got you. Okay. All right. I forget that Beartown is like a series. Like I always forget that. First time sending book mail. Oh, Lauren, did you send me this? Lauren, if you're the one that sent me this, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I've been wanting this book. And I was gonna get it from the library, but I was holding out because it has. Okay, give me 1 second, guys. But I wanted it physically for the creepy pictures. Anyways, thank you, Lauren, for this book because I've actually really been wanting it. Amazon will tell me if someone bought it off of my wish list, but they won't tell me who bought it. So there was that. But it's fine that there was no note. I have another book actually that I have not figured out who sent it to me. Because no one on Sprints came forward and said that they sent it. But I don't know. Hello, Alexis. Hello. Honestly, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm debating between The Hunting Party by Lucy Foley or The Bodyguard by Catherine Center. Okay, so those are on like two different spectrums, right? Because Lucy Foley writes like mystery thrillers. And Catherine Center, The Bodyguard, that's a romance. So I feel like you can't really go wrong either way. I guess it depends. Like, are you trying to start, like, are you doing rom-comathon? Like, are we trying to start rom-comathon early? Because then I would tell you to read The Bodyguard. But if you're just wanting something to read between now and rom-comathon starting, I say The Hunting Party. I know I'm not helpful. I'm so sorry. Doing the whole series for a vlog, I have the arc of the third. Got you. Oh, don't. Why did you use that bucket? Okay, go take the clothes and just dump them on the floor in there.
I told you.
Okay.
This wasn't a good idea.
It's fine. Just dump them on the floor. I'll sort them in a minute. Right. They're great options. Yes, it was very nice of Lauren to send me a book. That was so nice. Of course, I read it last week. It's creepy, and I loved it. Since we both liked House Across the Lake, I figured you would like it. Yes. I'm so excited to read this. I'm so excited. So I don't know. I'm going to try to hold out to read this until October because in October I want to do Vlogoween, which I don't know if that's even a thing. I know they have like the Christmas Vlogmas, but I've decided that I want to do. It's fine. Close the door so you can get your pajamas on. Stop it. I've decided that I want to do Vlogoween. I don't even actually know if that's a thing or not, but I'm gonna make it a thing. Sure, you can be in the vlogs. So I'm going to try to vlog. Oh,
it's also popping a balloon, like I always told him.
anyways, I'm gonna try to vlog basically a little bit every day, but then I'm just gonna put a vlog up every week. It will not be like Vlogmas where people are like literally put a vlog up every day. I would go nuts, honestly. I'm like 40 pages each. Stop. Everyone can hear you. I'm not doing rom-comathon. I'm just like 40 pages in each. You don't know which one to prioritize. Sorry, we're having issues with Ari. I don't know what she's doing. I need you to perform some sort of magic to make me read a lot and get into this thing I do sometimes where I read a ton of books and just continuously read for hours at a time. I mean, listen, I'm sending you all of the reading dust. Okay. I have read today, but I haven't logged it. So I have to do that during the first sprint. Because I don't actually know what my page count for today is. I finished. Well, actually, I didn't log it because I finished The Martian, but I never logged that I finished it because that's who I am. So I'm sending everyone the magic. I have given both of those authors 5 stars in the past. Yeah. I don't know. A lot of people like The Bodyguard, and I personally haven't read any Lucy Foley, but I want to. I know that there's like great debate about The Paris Apartment and whether it's good or not, but I saw it at my local Philly bookstore. Part of the reason I bought it was because the Philly references. Got you. Yeah. So when this was first being talked about, I saw all over Bookstagram, and everyone was talking about the pictures on the inside. So I had put it on hold at one point at the library, and then I was like, if I'm gonna read this, like I want the actual experience of like the pictures. Enough, Ori. I know some people listen to the audio. I think there's an audio for this. But I just really, and also like I love the cover. So I want to be able to face this one out on my shelf. When is rom-com-a-thon? I'm going to read the group book, My Killer Vacation, because I own it and need an excuse to read it. I believe it starts this week. Like, I think it starts tomorrow. Is rom-com-a-thon. Because I'm pretty sure... let me check. I feel like it starts tomorrow. I follow their Instagram, so... Rom-com-a-thon... Yeah, it starts tomorrow. So, I'm sorry, it starts Tuesday. It runs from Tuesday, so the 22nd to the 29th is what it runs. So, okay, tomorrow is Sunday. I'm so sorry. So Monday to Monday. So it starts on Monday is when it starts. And I grabbed the audio for My Killer Vacation, so I can't wait to start it. There you go. Yes, I'm sending everyone the magic. Reading Dust, I'm sending it to y'all. Sprint's Help, I'm glad. I really liked Hidden Pictures. Yeah, everyone's talking about it, and I was like, I'm going to try to hold out because I have a couple different ones that I want to read in October. I have a couple different ones. Like I want to do the Good Girl's Guide to Murder books, and I want to read The Counselors. But I know ML and Ollie were talking about reading The Counselors with me, so I don't know if October will work for them to read it. And then I also want to read, I think it's called The New Girl. Like I just got it from Walmart, but there's a couple different ones that are spooky that I want to read for October. It helps with the storyline. Yeah. And from what I understand, the ebook has the pictures, but in my experience, pictures don't translate very well on my Kindle. And I don't read ebooks. I will read manga on my iPad. But to read actual books on my iPad gives me a migraine. So I try to either read physically, audio, or ebook. And then, but I don't know how you would do the pictures with the audio. I don't know how that would work. My review of Hidden Pictures is that it is half horror and half thriller. I mean, we love a horror thriller, you know? Awesome. Honestly. Hidden Pictures reads fast. At least for me, it did. I predict 5 stars from you for Hidden Pictures. Listen, Hidden Pictures, I keep picking it up. Hidden Pictures is a 5-star prediction for me. Actually, You're Invited is also, which is this one that I'm reading, is also a 5-star prediction for me. House Across the Lake, I was torn about, but I ended up giving that 5 stars. So I'm kind of like at this spot where I'm like, I hope that they're 5 stars. But yes, I'm also predicting 5 stars for Hidden Pictures. Will it give me nightmares? Maybe. Will it be worth it? Yes. Agreed. Can't finish it in one afternoon. Yeah, I'm thinking that I'm going to save this for October and I'm going to vlog reading it along with some other spooky books. But I'm going to pick like a Friday or a Saturday where I don't have to go to work to read it. I already showed them some to read it. It's not, I mean, it looks chunky. No, Ari. Sit down. But it's 368 pages, which isn't like the chunkiest thing I've ever read. But I'm ready for it. Honestly, I'm ready for it. And hopefully by then I'll have ordered some Halloween themed bookmarks as well to use. Okay, let me share the cat timer. No, Mariah has to work. You will be here with your dad. Sit down and finish the show so you can go to bed. Oh, this is set to 30 minutes. So what's it? Ooh. Wow. Technical difficulties here.
Your beef jerky is so cheap. Holy shit. That bag of beef jerky here is $12.
Okay, I'm going for like Halloween themed cat here. So let's see. I just tried to click the link to your Goodreads, but it said page not found. Let me check on that during this sprint. Now, I will say I don't use Goodreads very often. Most of what's in my Goodreads is stuff that's been like that I've read through my Goodreads. I mostly post a story graph, but my Goodreads really only has whatever I've read on my Kindle. But I will see why you can't see my Goodreads. Those 368 pages fly by really fast, though. Okay. I mean, I'm not afraid of a chunky book, but. Okay, so I do this because there will be days where I'm like, wow, girl, you didn't read anything. Or I will have only listened to an audiobook. I literally have it on my, like, I keep a weekly habit tracker. And I have each, like, what is it called? Like each edition version of reading. So I have it where like I have audiobook, ebook, or audiobook, Kindle book, physical book on my tracker, my habit tracker, so I can see what days I'm reading what. But I find that if I don't read something with my eyes somewhere during the day, I feel like I haven't read it all, and then I feel guilty about it. Hello, Brandy. Yeah, I do too. Really need these friends. I've been slacking this week. I mean, I think the only reason that I haven't been is because of audiobooks. I was just looking at my reading journal actually earlier because I was trying to update it to see what stuff was in there and what wasn't. And my reading journal says that I've read 13 books this month. But 1, 2, 3, 4 of those were complete audio, and 3 of them were a mixture of audio and physical. Because I finally finished I'm Not Dying With You Tonight yesterday, but I ended up getting the audio from the library for the last 2 hours because I just could not bring myself to read it. Like, it's a rough book. So I will warn you, like, the audio is really good, but I will warn you it's heavy. Like, it's very, very heavy. I'm not in the mood to read. I recently discussed it with another British friend. She was saying that it's okay to admit that. You're not in the mood to read. I think I became more okay with it. Yeah, I listen. There have been times I've come on these sprints and been like, I'm not gonna lie to y'all, like I'm not gonna read. Like I'll do everything but read because I find that if I force myself to read, I burn out and I don't want to read. So sometimes I just watch Netflix on sprints. Hello, Courtney. Time when I'm not in the mood to read, but you know what? There is. It's true. Yeah. I mean, I think that we burn out on everything, including reading. And a lot of times I will feel like I've burnt out on reading, like I don't want to read, when really it's that I don't want to read with my eyes. So then I will switch to an audiobook and I'll enjoy that, or I'll switch, or like I'll listen to a podcast, which I do track the podcast that I listen to through the month in my reading journal as well. So I allow myself grace in that aspect because I'm like, I'm still learning something, even if it's watching YouTube or listening to a podcast. It's not a contest. That's a consistent. Yeah, a lot of times I will just switch. And I know this doesn't work for everybody because not everybody listens to audiobooks. I know people that only read physically, so this wouldn't really work for them. But if this is why I always have 3 books running at once, I actually have to pick out what I'm going to read audio. I'm probably either going to continue my listen of Harry Potter, which I'm on book 4, or I might just go ahead and do My Killer Vacation since I need that for this next week anyways. And then I do have a couple of ebooks that are romance as well. So what I'm thinking of doing is, until I finish this one, I'm going to do You're Invited as my physical book. And then I'm probably going to have a Fuss Story because that was one that I grabbed from the library. I'm probably going to read a Fuss Story and have that as my ebook. And then also have My Killer Vacation as my audio. I don't usually mix, like I don't usually have 2 of the same genre, but since we're doing rom-comathon, we're gonna do that. And I don't think Libby has a Fuss Story as an audiobook. Let me actually check. And I'm thinking, or I might read A Touch of Darkness. Yeah, so a faux love story. I don't think they had, oh, they do have an audio. I'm going to try to read a faux love story as an ebook. And if I'm not enjoying it, then I do have the option of doing it on audio from Libby. So there's that. But I have just a whole bunch of books in here. Like I have Under One Roof, and I'm trying to hit. Is anyone? I'm just wondering, is anyone for rom-comathon not following the prompts and just mood reading romance? Because I'm thinking about just mood reading the romance. I give myself a day or 2 break if I feel tired of reading. I've also done this, and then I will just consume other media. So I'll just like watch YouTube, or I will listen to a podcast or something like that. Now, obviously, podcasts don't count toward like my reading goals or anything, but I learn things listening to my podcasts. So I count. So for me, I count that as like, oh, you were productive today. Oh, I'll put it in here. It's a pho love story. Pho as in like the noodles. Like the food. Yes, breaks definitely help. Hello, Jamie. I'm not following the prompts. I don't read a ton of romance. I want to be able to just read the romance I was excited about. Yeah, Brittany, that's kind of what I'm doing. This is why we're best friends. I'm just saying. That's what I'm doing. I like went on Libby and I was like, what books, what romance books look good to me? And the ones that I grabbed were I have Under One Roof, which is an Allie Hazelwood book. I'm gonna try to give her another chance. I did not like The Love Hypothesis, but I do kind of want to like her. You know what I mean? So I have that one. I have Spoiler Alert, which I know that I like, but I've never read it as an ebook. I just listened to the audio, so I'm thinking about rereading that one. I have something else. Maybe that's all I had from the library. And then I have Red, White, and Royal Blue, and I have People We Meet on Vacation. Both of those I need to read. And then I also have is it called After I Do? I think it's called. By Taylor Jenkins Reid. So I have a couple of romances that are physical that are sitting on my bookshelves. That I purposely, well, Red, White, and Royal Blue I already had, but I purposely bought People We Meet on Vacation to give it another try, but also for rom-comathon. And then I have My Killer Vacation, which I'm reading audiobook. I grabbed it off of Audible because I had an extra credit when I had to buy credits to get The Martian and the other one. But yeah. Rom-Comathon is hosted by Michelle from Michelle's Library and Aoife from Pretty Purple Polka Dots. It's a week-long readathon, and the whole point is to read romance, rom-coms, if you will. Yeah, so I'm doing this to support and to also try to get myself to like contemporary romance. I will try to find a link for, I know they're doing a bunch of, like, if you're already subscribed to one or both of them, they are both doing sprints at different times on their channel. Actually, I will link, they have an Instagram account for it. Let me see if I can just share the Instagram. Oh, y'all aren't gonna let me just like copy the link. Here we go. Here we go. All right, that's the Instagram for Rom-Comathon. So hopefully you can click that. And it has all of the templates and information, and it has like, they have like this cute graphic that tell you when all the sprints are, which I'm going to put in my planner here on the first sprint. So hello, Jamie. Am I doing the prompts? Just reading the group book? Yes, I am reading the group book. I grabbed it off of Audible because I didn't know if I would like it, so I didn't want to like commit to buying it, and it was like a forever wait at the library. But if I like it, I'm gonna buy it. Which is kind of my rule of thumb also with my project, is if I really like the books, then I'm gonna buy them. So everyone's saying hello. Girl, don't tell me that I'm reading The Love Hypothesis. Listen, you might like it. I am like in the minority of people. A lot of people that I know really liked The Love Hypothesis. I seem to be in the minority. So don't let me discourage you. I gave it a 3-star, which for me is low, but yeah, I don't want to say too much because you're going to read it. But I think that my issue with it is something that's personal to me. Like, I think it's a me thing. Because even the people that didn't, that I know that also didn't like it, didn't have the same issue with it that I did. So I never follow prompts. I just read. Yeah, that's what I try to do. No problem. Yes, I try to just read. I'll try to just read books and then plug them into prompts. So like with the Harry Potter challenge that I'm co-hosting, I'm like the worst co-host in the world because I literally like read books and then I was like, oh, where can these fit for the prompts? Like I still have 1, 2, 3, 4. I still have 4 prompts I have to complete. I think I might be able to plug in another book in here. I don't know, but I have 4 prompts Actually, I have 3 prompts that I need to complete because I'm counting whatever book that was. I'm Not Dying with You Tonight. I'm counting that as one of the prompts because it takes place at a high school football game, and I'm counting that as taking place at a school. I'll message you when I'm done. We can discuss it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because it really might just be a me thing. Because I know, like, I buddy read that one with my friend Kristen. And after that was when her, like, goal to make me love contemporary romance started up. She, like, made a hashtag for it and everything. But when that happened, when she had that goal or whatever to get me to, like, read this book, she really liked it. Like, she loved the book. And I was like, this is my problem with it. And she was like, oh, okay. Like, I get that or whatever, but, like, yeah. So, all right. Do we want to do our first sprint? Also, now that I figured out what the issue is, I'm going to be posting the Verity live show announcement during this sprint as well. Brittany and I are doing a live show next Saturday at 10 a.m. and we're going to be talking about Verity, but it's going to be a spoiler-filled live show. So if you have not read Verity, please just watch the replay. And also, I don't know how organized this is going to be. I was trying to make banners for it earlier to, like, break it down, but I think it'll be more fun to just discuss it as a whole. All right, let's go ahead and we will do our first sprint. We'll go for an hour. What?
Why don't you let me pick the book?
I've already read those.
And
And
what's the one on the bottom?
And I need to finish this book.
No, the ones on the bottom.
I've already read these books.
No, the ones on the bottom.
There are no books on the bottom, Bureau. I'm going to read this. I'll let you pick my first romance book. How about that? All right. So
the books in the closet or your books that you always read without me picking them.
all right. So we'll go ahead and we'll do our first sprint. I will see everybody in 1 hour. And when the Verity live show is posted, I will post the actual link, like, down in the description if I remember, or not in the description, but in the comments if I remember to do that. Otherwise, it will be up by the end of this first sprint. So, happy reading. Come say happy reading. Hurry up.
And goodbye.
Hurry up.
Happy reading. Goodbye. Yeah. I love
Hello, friends. How do we do? I read 13 pages of You're Invited. I scheduled the very live show. It'll be at 10 a.m. next Saturday with me and Brittany. I don't know how many of these book discussions we're going to do. But it definitely says Bessie's Book Club on there. Which that idea actually came from Ari earlier because she said something about it. And so it sounded cool. So I put it on in the description or in the title. And also I went and talked for a minute on Rye's sprints because Rye is doing sprints. Let me go back because I missed some comments. Let's see. Yep, Rye was here for a minute. She said hello. Hello, Rye. I was also over on Rye's sprints, just like hanging out in the comments. Hello, Amy. Make sure you're drinking some stuff. I've got water and I've got soda. So smash that like button. Please do. Hello, Cassie. I didn't read, but I finished laundry and put fresh sheets on my bed and updated my reading spreadsheet. Still productive. Okay. So productivity is where we're at. Everyone's saying hello. Yeah. So Ari, I was talking to Ari. No, I was talking to Sam the other day, and Ari has the memory of an elephant. She will remember things from months ago. Like I don't I don't understand. Okay. So I had talked to Sam the other night, I think like Wednesday or something, about doing the live show just to give him a heads up because Saturday is like his day to do what he does. But essentially it was because he usually works mornings on Saturdays, like 9:30. So I was like, hey, can you help make sure that I'm up because this live show is at 10 and I want to make sure that I'm up and ready to go. And he was like, yeah, sure, whatever. And he was like, oh, so you're doing that with your booktube bestie because he knows that Brittany and I like did sprints and stuff like that. And I was like, yeah. Well, then Ari came in and she was like, Mom, on Saturday you have your bestie book club, right? And I had to think about it because I was like, we have the live show. But I was like, yeah, Ari, that's on Saturday. She was like, okay, Mom. So Ari came up with that. Yes, she is brilliant. I read a chapter of The Bodyguard by Catherine Center. I hope you're loving this book. I got it from the library and then I didn't realize that it was one of those jump the line copies, so it went back after 7 days. So I need to actually read that. So should be able to take part in the discussion too. I think I'll be off work by then. I hope you do. Cassie, I know you ended up giving it a 4-star, right? Yeah, you ended up giving it a 4-star, and there were just some parts of it that were like rough for you. But yeah, I think it'll be good to have a discussion. I've actually never discussed Verity with anyone in depth. So I'm like super excited for it, honestly. Read about 20 pages. Awesome. 2 chapters, made myself a snack as it's 2:34 a.m. in the UK. Pat, you are a real one. You always be going to these that are like crack around in the morning for you. Yay. Okay, very productive. Love it. Loving it. Awesome. Love to hear it. I have 80 pages left of this book. It better end how I want. Are you still reading Good Girl Complex? Is that what you're reading? I mean, I liked the ending. I liked the whole book. I gave it 5 stars, which Cassie has had the bragging rights with our friend Kristen because Kristen and I have not read a book together that is contemporary romance that I've given 5 stars. I don't count Colleen Hoover. And Cassie and I buddy read or are buddy reading Good Girl Complex. I finished it first, but that's fine. And I gave it 5 stars. So also been giving Shelby lots of pets as she is demanding. I mean, listen, sometimes it be like that. I'll be there Saturday. Cannot wait to process this. Yes, Amy, I was so excited for you to be there. I'm so excited because if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't even be doing this because I'm pretty sure you were the one that they gave us the idea on Britney Sprints on Wednesday. And I hadn't even thought about it, but enough of us have read it in the last couple of weeks that, like, I don't know why I didn't think about this. I really don't. And I will go post the link in the Discord as well. I'm pretty sure everybody that's here right now is also in the Discord, but yeah, I think, Cassie, I think you'll like the ending of Good Girl Complex. If you don't, I want to know why you didn't like it. But all in all, I thought Good Girl Complex was great, and I can't wait to read Bad Girl Reputation, which we both have that for an arc. But I think, doesn't it come out in like October or something? I don't know. We're gonna have to read it though, because I'm excited. Yes, I'm glad that Cassie and Amy definitely will be coming. So excited. Read 100 pages of The Honeymooners, making me laugh. So this is another contemporary romance that's like on. It's like on my TBR. But also, unless I have a reason to pick up a contemporary romance, I just don't. Like, I'm not in any way dissing people that read romance. The first, other than Murphy Napier, the first booktubers that I found read romance. So like Michelle, like I found Raven Haired Reader, I found Michelle's Library, and I found Michelle after her romance era had started. And then I found Sahar's channel. I can't remember what her channel name is right now. So someone tell me. But I found Sahar's channel also, and she reads like fantasy romance, right? So I have nothing like against romance as a genre. I just don't read it. Because the other person that I found first was Tamika. She used to be Library of Tomes, and now she's Tamika's Library. But Tamika reads a lot of dark and taboo romance. So I don't know if that counts. But it was Amy's amazing idea. Plus, if you haven't read, you do have a week, and I read Verity in 18 hours. Yeah. So I read Verity the first time in just under or over 24 hours. And the second time, which was a reread, I mostly was just tabbing things. I read it in like, I don't know, 12 or 13 hours. It was a quick read, but I do really need people to read trigger warnings. Please read trigger warnings. Read it if not for your experience. I mean, I know a lot of people that won't read it because they're afraid of the content that's in it, which like I get. And I'll talk about this more on the live show, but Verity was a book that I went into blind. And it's why I push people, please go look at the trigger warnings. I know some people feel like trigger warnings are spoilers, but with this book, I really push it. Didn't read it all, spent my time watching the rom-comathon videos, looking at their Instagram, making TBR. Listen, Brandy, that is productive, okay? Rom-comathon kicks off on Monday. So that's fine. That's totally doable. I personally am not going to make a TBR. I know some books that I potentially want to read for Rom-comathon. I am going to do a vlog for Rom-comathon. But I'm not gonna make a true TBR just because I'm scared to do that. Because then I know I won't read them. I love contemporary romances. I think me and Kristen are the main reason you read them. Yes, y'all, no offense to anyone else, but you and Kristen are the only reason. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie. And then since Michelle and Aoife are doing Rom-comathon, I was like, well, this gives me an excuse to read contemporary romance for a week. We'll see how that goes. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, if it wasn't for you and Kristen, I honestly probably wouldn't even pick up a contemporary romance unless someone wanted to buddy read it with me. I would never say no to a buddy read, but except for A Little Life. That one, I read the first like 15% of that book and then was like, this, I can't do this book. I can't do it. I'm a sucker for romances, especially rom-coms, when I need some fluff reading. And see, that's where I think I am going to try contemporary romance and rom-coms, because let's just talk about You're Invited. Let's just talk about it for a minute. So I think after this book and after I'm Not Dying with You Tonight and whatever book I read before that, I don't know. There's just been a lot of heavy books. You know what I'm saying? The Martian, not really heavy, but I mean, dude definitely got left on Mars by himself. So I've been reading some books lately, and yeah, hold on. Let me read this. A Little Life is not a romance. Absolutely not. I was just saying, like, in general, I usually don't say no to a buddy read. There was a group of us, like 8 of us, that were going to read A Little Life. And I think me and like one other person ended up quitting. I was the first one to DNF that book because I'd read the trigger warnings and I knew what to expect. And I ended up talking to my therapist about it before reading it. And she was like, you can try to read it, but if it's too triggering for you, maybe put it down. And I read the first like 15% of it. And then I was like, talk to my therapist again. And she was like, yeah, I think maybe we should put this down. And I don't plan on picking it back up. Yeah. I don't plan on picking it back up. It was a book that I was like, I'm never going to read this. And then a bunch of people wanted to read it. So I was like, well, I can do a buddy read. No. I'm a sucker for rom-coms. They are just delightful, especially when they have heart. Yeah. Yeah, no. Little Life is not that. So You're Invited. I read the first chapter of this and then did some other productivity things. I'm going to continue reading this. I think I might know why this book is off-putting to people. This has strong BDSM element to it. So this book is about a woman named Maya who finds out that her best friend Kavi or her ex-best friend, I should say, Kavi is engaged to be married to Amaya's ex-boyfriend. Now, it doesn't say in here what his name is, but I'm just gonna it doesn't say like in the description, but his name, he goes by Spencer. I believe his name is Michael Spencer. Matthew Spencer, but he just goes by Spencer. So she finds this out through Instagram and plans on stopping the wedding. But this is in the first chapter. So like, I don't think it really spoils anything, but I'm wondering if people are not liking this book because the BDSM part of this feels very out of left field. And I am not like a prude. I am not against BDSM. There are videos. Sometimes I wear it on sprints also, but I have like a pink choker that has a heart on it. It's technically a collar. It's like fine. Like I'm not like one to be freaked out by it, but the BDSM aspect of this story seems very weird. Good night, Brittany. Because we go from her once a month, Maya meets this man at a hotel and they like engage in things, which is fine, but I don't understand what that has to do with the rest of this story. So I'm going to keep reading it because now I'm intrigued. But I'm wondering if that's what people are not liking about this book is that part of it, because that part of it, I will say, feels disjointed from what this book is about. But I don't know. I appreciate triggers, but it's also a spoiler. I mean, I feel like it's only okay, if you give like if a trigger warning is the twist in a book, then I agree that it's a spoiler. But if it's just a generic trigger warning, like child abuse, death of a child, suicide, drug abuse, things like that, I don't feel, or animal abuse, I don't feel like that's I don't feel like those are necessarily spoilers, because they could be mild trigger warnings, like it could happen on one page or be just alluded to and not actually happen on page. But I think that it's important to give people trigger warnings unless it's going to completely ruin a book. Like if the trigger warning is the plot twist, then maybe not. But almost always, if there's a trigger warning for the plot twist, there are trigger warnings leading up to that, if that makes sense. I will never try to read it. Yeah, like I said, originally I knew what A Little Life was about. I knew people that had read it. I knew people that read it that said that they really don't have triggers when it comes to reading books, that were like, this was heavy. Like it didn't trigger me, but it was heavy. But basically any trigger that you can think of apparent is in that book. So there's that. Yeah. I don't know. I'm a person that I would rather give people trigger warnings and have them be mad that I somehow spoiled the book for them than for them to not have the trigger warnings and be blindsided. That's just me. Okay. I will also never read My Dark Vanessa. So this is one that I want to read, but I think I'm going to go the audiobook route. But I know that My Dark Vanessa is like, isn't that the one? That's the one that has like the face with the butterfly on the cover, right? It's like about a child that's like groomed by their teacher, I'm pretty sure. I think people call it like a modern day Lolita or something. I want to read it. People say that the writing is really beautiful. But it's one that I haven't picked up because I haven't been in a headspace that I feel like I can read it. The audio is on Scribd, so I've thought about doing it that way. I read a book before the intro. It had a description of Munchausen by proxy. So I don't know what book this was, but I've read a few books that were either fiction or true crime that had to do with Munchausen by proxy. In that case, while it may have given the book away, if you went into it not knowing what Munchausen by proxy was, but had been like a victim of it or knew someone that was, that could trigger you. And if they didn't explain it in the actual book, a lot of times, I don't know if this was like a true crime book. I read a true crime book about a woman who, Lacey Spears case. She had Munchausen by proxy, and her child ended up passing away due to that after she put salt into his G tube. And I believe that book gives a description or a definition for Munchausen by proxy. Now, going into it, you know what that book is about anyway by reading if you read the description. But they don't actually explain Munchausen by proxy in the book itself, which is why they give you the definition at the beginning. So I guess it would kind of depend on if it was a fiction book or if it was like a true book. My Dark Vanessa. I listened to Dark Vanessa. It was hard to get through. Yeah, I've heard that it's hard to get through. Like I said, I've thought about just doing it on Scribd because I already have Scribd. So I've thought about just listening to it that way because it is on there. But I also do know that people have told me that it is a pretty hefty, heavy book. So I haven't picked it up, if I'm gonna be honest. Okay, I think I don't want this book. Sorry, I was looking at my script. Okay, let's go ahead and we will do another sprint. We're probably gonna do this one, and then let's see, that'll take us to 11, and then we'll probably do another 30-minute sprint, starting at like 11:30, and that'll get us to just about midnight, and then we'll call it a night because I have work in the morning, so I can't be on super late. But we'll do that. So we're going to do this sprint, and then we're going to do a 30-minute cooldown sprint after this, and then that will be it, I think. So I will see everybody. Wrong one. Oh no. There we go. I will see everyone in an hour. Hello, friends. How did we do? I read 19 pages. Yes, 19 pages of You're Invited. So I don't know what percent that puts me at. You want me to pick between 2006 and 2022? What did Pixar even release in 2006? What did Pixar release in 2006? Cars? What have they released this year? Because Soul was like 2020, I think. That was a Pixar movie. I liked that movie. But I mean, I feel like Cars will always be superior, so. The only thing that I liked better than Cars was Toy Story, and that came out in like the early 90s. You know what I'm saying? Like Toy Story and Cars, to me, when people say Pixar, those are the superior ones. Which one? Oh, Ratatouille, yeah. It's right up there too. I think Ratatouille was after Cars. Probably. Finished Opal and Nev, started While Justice Sleeps. Love to hear it. What did you think of Opal and Nev? Hello, Katie. Reading Project Hail Mary. I need to read that. I also bought that from Audible with a credit. I just finished The Martian and need to edit the vlog for that so I can put, it's part of my project, so I can put the first video up on Friday. So pray for me that I get that done. And then I do want to start Project Hail Mary really soon. 49 pages of The Bodyguard. Love to hear it. Read 49 pages of The Bodyguard. I love how y'all are just like accidentally. Are you guys reading this together on purpose or by accident? I'm just wondering because ML and Ollie and I keep reading books accidentally at the same time. I think Lauren and I were reading The House Across the Lake at the same time, but it was like me, Lauren, and Ollie and ML because Ollie and ML listen to if they're reading together, they listen to the audio. 12 pages and 62% done with Graceling. I hope you're loving it. Only read 50 pages of The Unhurried Readers because I got tired and watched TV. You know what? I read one chapter, which was, these chapters are kind of long, so it was 19 pages for the one chapter. And I got done with that chapter and then started messing around in my planner, so it's fine. How far everybody is. Gave it 5 stars. Love to hear it. And accident listen. It's fine. Because you know what? I love accidental buddy reads with people that I know in the book community because then it's funny to me that we're accidentally reading the same book at the same time. You know? It's funny to me. I like it. So I'm reading The Bodyguard Trope of Tropical Readathon. Interesting. I am. It's so good. It's everything I love about YA fantasy. I wish YA fantasy today was this good. Yeah, YA fantasy. I feel like has taken a nosedive. I do want to continue the what is it called? Like Girls of something and Fire, Paper and Fire, Girls of Paper and Fire. I want to continue that series, but I want to own it as paper copies, like physical copies, because I want to annotate it, because I read Girls of Paper and Fire, so the first one, and I felt like there was a lot that I wasn't absorbing. So there's that. Yeah, I almost read Your Invite today because I had it from Book of the Month. That's where I got my copy from, was Book of the Month. And then a bunch of people were saying that it wasn't good. And I was like, don't tell me that. I am intrigued by this book. I am on chapter 2. I will say there's a lot of mixed media. So this book with the mixed media reminds me of the first Good Girl's Guide to Murder book. I've only read the first one. I have all 3 on my shelf now, but I've only read the first one. And so you get like police interviews, you get text messages, you get emails, and then you get like this standard book format. I'm enjoying this book so far. I am intrigued. I have no idea where this is going. I don't know. I'm waiting for a murder, because the main character, I think she might be a psychopath. I'm just saying, because she has like murderous thoughts. I don't know. She has murderous thoughts like through the whole. I'm only on chapter 3, and she's had murderous thoughts through most of the book. So I don't know. Oh, I'm missing comments. Hello, Kaylee. So nice to see you. I figured you'd be sleeping because I know you were just on Rise Sprints. Thank you for coming. Latte Sue. Okay. I'm reading it for the Read Your Bookshelves challenge from Chantel Reads All Day. A body part in the title. I got you. Also, chapter 8 had me snorting with laughter. I need to read this book. I need to find it. I think I was having trouble finding it on whatever that's called. Like at my library, like on Libby. Okay, I am. Oh my gosh, I had no idea you're invited. Yeah, it has mixed media in it. See, people were saying that they didn't like it. I saw people in other sprints that were like, it's not worth the money. Maybe I'm just twisted or something, because I'm enjoying this. But like, I'll show you really quick. So like in the second chapter, they have like, this is like a police interview right here on this page right here. So it's like a police interview. And then, that was the first chapter, I think, actually. And then in the second chapter, which I just read, like we have like this email here. And then we get like an entire, I don't know, like 4 or 5 pages. Like most of the rest of the chapter is like all of this bold is text messages. So we get a lot of mixed media in this book. So I'm kind of glad that I grabbed it off of Book of the Month, even though people were saying that it's like not worth the money. This feels like at least a 4-star for me. I think it might be better than that though, honestly. And also I think I need to rethink my rating scale and add a 3 stars as not being as terrible as they used to be. Like I used to not give anything lower than a 3-star, but with some of these books I've been reading lately, I'm thinking that I might have to start using 2 and 3 stars also. I always get so scared to give a book a 1 star. Like I won't give a book a 1 star. If I feel like it's a 1 star, I just will DNF it. I grew up on a farm. My family raises Angus cattle, so I never thought the color of a cow's tongue. Listen, I grew up in Iowa and saw cows all the time. So cow's tongue color for me doesn't alarm me. But now that I think about it, I don't know I never thought it would alarm other people either. That is interesting. I'm reading Echo Wife, 30 pages. Love to hear it. I hope you're loving it. I'll try to read it this week. Yeah, it's good. I'm intrigued. I will say that the chapters are a bit longer than I was thinking they were going to be. But they go pretty quick because every chapter I've read so far has mixed media. So they go pretty fast, chapter-wise. I would have chosen You're Invited if I knew that because I love mixed media. I skipped this month and it sounded like the guest list. Yeah, I actually almost skipped July, and then I was like, you know what? I'm gonna grab. I was like, I'm gonna grab You're Invited, and I grabbed it because of the cover. I really liked the cover of this book. It was different, and I was like, if I like this, I might display it, even though it's a BOTM book. And I don't usually display BOTM books like that. This month I got the Karen Slaughter book. So, not sleeping. I'm taking a bubble bath. I mean, bubble baths are great. I'm probably going to take one after these sprints. When he said, audio's on script. I'm not listening because I didn't feel like it, but I did check and see. The audio for The Bodyguard is on script? Please hold. Because, listen, I need a book to listen to. Not me. I gave 1 star because I mean, my thing is this. If I'm going to rate a book that low, I just won't finish it. Like, I know by about 50% of a book for sure if I'm going to finish it or not. And if I'm going to, a lot of times my rule of thumb is if I'm going to give lower than a 3-star, I'm just going to DNF. But I'm thinking about adding 2 stars to my repertoire. I gave 1 stars. I've only given one book a 1 star, and because even that arc that I didn't finish, I gave a 2 star. I thought I gave it a 3, but I went and looked. I gave it a 2 star. But Book of Cold Cases got 1. It felt so good. I gave that book a 5. So Prior the Orange Tree was 1 star too. I have not read that one yet. That one intimidates me. Yeah, I personally will just stop reading. If I know that it's not going to be at least a 3-star, I just won't read the rest of it. I got The Bodyguard in July. I skipped August. Okay, so I got You're Invited in July. I almost got The Bodyguard, but I have such like a thing with romance that I was like, I don't want to get a contemporary romance and then not like it. Although my very first book of the month box, I don't have this book anymore, but my very first book of the month box was a contemporary romance, or maybe it was my second one, I don't know. But one of my very first ones was The Dating Plan, which is a contemporary romance with like fake dating in it, and I liked that book. So I don't know. But this month I got the Karen Slaughter book. I got Daisy Darker. Got you. That's one. Okay. Yeah, I was between Karen Slaughter and the Karen Slaughter book. I think it's called like Girl Forgotten, and Daisy Darker. I kind of wish I'd gotten Daisy Darker, but I'm just gonna buy it. I have to hate a book to give 1 star. Yeah, that's pretty much how I am. Like, and I'm not. If I don't like a book that much, like I just won't finish it. A lot of books I had to read in school, 1 star. Got you. Book club books. I mean, here's my thing. I've definitely DNF'd book club books. I don't usually DNF buddy reads. My exception, like I said earlier, was what is that called? My exception was A Little Life. I DNF that for my own mental health. But to me, DNFing is self-care. So I don't care what I'm reading the book for. If I'm not enjoying the book, I'm going to DNF it. That's just who I am. I don't usually give less than 2, but sometimes it just feels right. A 1 star, I will usually DNF. Majority of my ratings are 4 stars. Yeah, most of mine are 4 and 5. So, Kim, what's up? I was on camera for both the book club books. Got you. Okay. Yeah. I mean, for me, if it's a situation like that, I tend to be that one that will switch to audio because almost always I will enjoy the audio, even if I will enjoy the narrator. Almost always, not always, but almost always. If I like the narrator of the audiobook, then I will end up liking the audio, even if I wasn't liking reading the book itself. Make you read. Read, Kim. We have one more. We're doing one more 30-minute sprint. So read something. Read the back of the cereal box. Read nutrition facts on a can of soup. I don't care what you read, but read something. Yeah, A Little Life. Yeah, I'm not, no. And that one will be one that I will not be picking back up. So it says that The Bodyguard is available for me on Monday. Not Monday, no, on the 26th. I'm sorry. So I'm going to save it. Yeah, I have it saved. And so hopefully it will release to me in an attempt, so I can try to read it for Rom-Comathon or listen to it for Rom-Comathon, I should say. I usually give a lot of 4 or 5 stars, but lately I've been giving lots of 3s. Yeah, I don't do all that. I don't know. So for a long time, I would not DNF. There was a very long time where DNFing was not a thing that I did. So because I didn't DNF, I would burn myself out on reading. So when I got back into reading in 2020, I didn't allow myself to DNF. So it was about halfway through 2021 where I was letting myself DNF books, and it gives me like a relief to DNF. You know what I'm saying? Like when people are like, "Oh, you didn't finish," I'll be like, "No, I DNF'd it." Now, if I make it more than 50% through a book, I will usually count it for my pages. I count it for my pages because my page goal is different. So I almost always will have pages that count even if I DNF'd. I gave Jaws 1 star. I gave Harry Potter and the Cursed Child 1 star. I gave that book 1 star. I read it. I borrowed it from the library because I just wanted to read it. So I read it in less than 12 hours, and it felt like it took me 7 days. So there's that. I did audio for both of them. The audio saved my life. Yeah, that's usually what I'll do. Like Midnight Sun, I listened to the audio, and I really enjoyed the narrator, which is why that book got 3 stars. But it literally only got 3 stars because the narrator. Yeah, read, Kim. Attempt to read. Read, like I said, read like the back of the shampoo bottle. It was a book club book. I'm certain I just won't ever pick it up. Yeah. It is different when you are expected to talk about it, but I've definitely been in situations where I'm like, listen, I can share about the parts of this that I read. I don't care if you spoil it for me. I don't plan on finishing this. So sorry. But that's just me. If I take a bubble bath, sounds great. In July with White Ivy by Susie Yang. Got you. A 1-star rating is a book where I can see no merit if I finish it. Yeah, it hurts me a little to give a book less than 3 stars. It's honestly why I just shelved The Invisible Life of Addie LaRue, because I was like, I was enjoying the audio, but like the actual book was just so dry that I was like, I can't do this. But I'm not giving up on it. I am going to come back to it in September. I'm supposed to do a buddy read with my friends Amanda and Cassie. So I plan on reading it then, but I'm just going to listen to the audio. And I'm just not going to try to have an actual book. Too much of a completionist. I just can't get it out of my head if I don't finish a book. Yeah, I sometimes, if it's a book that like I need to know the ending of, I will go find spoilers for it. But I'm just, if I'm at a point where I'm like, I'm going to DNF this, I don't really care how it ends. So it doesn't like live in my head because I didn't care. I DNF'd Dorian Gray. Everyone was raving about it, and I wonder if I missed something. I mean, I have not read Dorian Gray. But I was in a group on Instagram where they read classics, and we read this Swiss Family Robinson, and I DNF'd that book. Everyone else liked it, and I did not see the appeal. So I hate it when a bad book tricks you out of DNFing a book. So Paul Bearer's Club. We need to talk about this book because my friend Reni DNF'd this book. And Michelle read it, but I don't remember if she DNF'd it. But a lot of people are having problems with this book. It makes me want to pick the book up to see why. You know? Hard for me to DNF if I paid. So I paid for Addie LaRue. And I put it up on Pango. Now, I put it up on Pango for like $15. I'm probably going to lower the pricing. I put it up there for $15 because I paid more than that. I paid closer to retail price for it. And I only read the first 70 pages. Like the spine is not broken, nothing is folded, but I'm probably going to lower the price just to try to get it out. I'm just saying. Yeah. I mean, I'm proud of y'all that don't DNF. That just ain't me. I don't have time for bad books. Like, I have so many books that I want to read that I'm like, I don't have time for you if you're a bad book. It isn't usually what I would DNF. Yeah, that's usually how I am too. I will get through the parts that are annoying to me if I really want to know the end. But if I have DNF'd, if I have been like, okay, I'm going to DNF this book, it's because I don't care how it ends. I don't care about anything at that point. I just don't have the time. Yeah, I literally tell people, like, there was one day that I DNF'd like 2 books in the same day. And one of my friends from another community texted me and was like, hey, I need something to do for self-care. She was like, what did you do for self-care today? And I was like, I DNF'd 2 books. DNFing is self-care. Okay. Like, don't ever come to me and ask if you should DNF a book, because I'm going to ask you 2 questions. I'm going to say, are you enjoying the book? If your answer is no, then okay. And then the second question I'm going to ask you is if you feel like you'll be missing out on something if you DNF the book. If your answer to one or both those questions is no, I'm going to tell you to DNF it. I'm that friend. I tried DNF Great Expectations. I made it like 3 months after attempting it and couldn't get it out of my head. Like, what if the ending changes my mind? Yeah, I'm just not that one. If I am at a point where I'm like, I'm going to DNF this, the ending's not going to change my mind. 25 months where you didn't change my mind. But okay, I might just push it down because I haven't really seen anything good about it. So I'm just over here like, maybe I've made a mistake. Just skips the spoilers. It's really not worth it. Yeah, I might just spoil it for myself. I'm sure there's somewhere that I can get Paul Bear's Club spoilers. It stinks when you don't like it. Yeah. Yes, go watch the video. I'm not against DNFing, but if I bought the book, I'm reading it because I just can't waste something like that. I mean, my thing is, I feel like if I am going to DNF a book that I paid for, then that means that I'm going to unhaul it. So that's basically where I've come with starting to collect physical copies of books again, is if I did not enjoy a book and I have DNF'd it or have decided I didn't like it very much, it's going to be unhauled. So like I'm going to make money back on it because either I'm going to sell it to Half Price Books, which they don't pay a lot, but they pay some, or I'm going to put it up on Pango. It's just what I'm going to do. Paul Bear's Club was literally less than 275 pages, yet it felt like 475. It was a covert narcissistic mess. Oof. If it seems like torture to finish, I DNF. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I don't know. What's more valuable, the money, your sanity, or your time? Yeah, ebooks are a little bit different for me. If I've purchased this is why I don't really buy a lot of ebooks now. I only buy ebooks if it's a book that I'm really wanting to read, but for some reason didn't get to it. Does that make sense? So with ebooks, it's different, but I will delete ebooks out of my Kindle stuff. Like if I really have tried to read it, like for instance, what is that book? The Last Thing He Told Me. I did not like that book. I gave that book a 3-star. Now this is using my rating system now. So 3-star in my rating system now is equivalent to a 1 or a 2-star, right? I gave it a 3-star. I did not like it. I thought it was boring. I did not see the appeal. I did say that if you are someone that is new to the mystery thriller genre, I didn't really feel like it was a thriller, but that's what it's marketed as, that I would suggest it because it's not super twisty and turny and it's easy to follow. But I did not like it as someone who enjoys thrillers. Now, if this had been told to me as purely a mystery, I would have gone into it a little bit different. I was expecting something thrilling. There was nothing thrilling about that book, in my opinion. But there have been people that have come to me and said, hey, I know you read thrillers. What's a good starting point? And I have given that book as a starting point because it's not twisty. I mean, it is, but it's not super like convoluted and it's easy to follow. I bought that book as an ebook first. I ended up listening to it, I believe, on Scribd as an audio, and I took it off of my Kindle. Like I deleted it out of the Kindle. You don't get money back for it, but I was like, it's gotta go. Right. Yeah. I don't buy a lot of ebooks anymore. If I'm gonna read an ebook, I'm gonna get it off KU. I'm gonna get it from the library. Buying an ebook for me is the last resort. At this point, I would probably buy a book physically before I bought it through as an ebook. Now I understand like when you're 100% digital reader, because I've done that. It's harder to do that. There was a point in time where I was buying some ebooks because I wasn't able to find them in other ways. But for the most part, I just don't. If you must, I recommend you read the first 35 pages, then skip the last 35 pages. I might just watch someone do like a spoiler review. I just want to know why everyone hates it so much. I only buy my favorite authors. Yeah. For the most part, my Kindle, other than books that were bought before, my Kindle is basically just people that I like. Oh, Michelle's trick worked. Okay, I might be actually starting The Bodyguard. Probably not tonight. Well, maybe tonight. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. I think I can get one more chapter of this read in 30 minutes. So I think I'm going to do that. But I was able to use Michelle's trick on Scribd where you like start the preview and then close it out and then open it back up. So now I have access to The Bodyguard, which is great. So Yeah, I may start this. It says it's a 9-hour book. So this is why I don't buy new releases. I wait to hear reviews and decide. Yeah, I don't buy a ton of new releases. Now, obviously, book of the month is different because I do pay my $15 a month for that. But book of the month is also optional. And I will skip the month if I don't see anything that I like. I only buy books. Give me 1 second, the cats. Sorry, I had to clap my hands because the cat was in here. That's why I don't buy. I read that. I only buy books when they're on sale. Yeah, makes sense. Last thing he told me was boring. Yeah, I know people that really liked it, and I was like, I do understand other people's appeal, especially if you're not a thriller / mystery reader. Like if you don't read that genre, anyways. Like I get why you would like it. I just found it to be boring because I was like, what? Like, where is the fun part? Like, where is the part that's like thrilling? And it just wasn't there. I'll delete book from my history, but that's only after I've read it. Yeah, I think just because I have this mindset of like, listen, if I don't like a book, I'm going to DNF it. You know, that's just where I'm at. Even deleting off your Kindle doesn't really get your money back. Yeah, and it definitely doesn't. But I will usually like once a quarter, I go in and I permanently delete out any books that I did not enjoy from my Kindle library. Now, a lot of the books that I have, I bought 10 plus years ago. Like when I got a Kindle for the very first time, actually it's even longer than that. It's closer to like 15 years ago. So I do have like the Pretty Little Liars collection. Like I have that still on my Kindle because I can't bring myself to delete it. I have Twilight on there. Like I have a lot from like back in the day. Ebooks are mostly for smut or bootleg books for me. Yeah, I read, like I said, I use KU, which I need to really get back into reading KU books because I have 20 of them sitting in my thing and I just haven't read them. So that's why I didn't pick up White Ivy. Other people read and told me it wasn't a thriller, and that's why I was like, nope, it's not for me. Got you. You'll rarely ever catch me purchase an ebook outside of Kindle Unlimited. Yeah, I do a lot of KU. KU is always the first place that I check for books. So literally in this order, this is how I check for books. I check Libby, I check KU, I check, and then I start going to like my audio, right? So then I check Scribd because I do that as this subscription. If I can't find it in any of those places, I will check Libro FM. If I can't find it there, then I just assume it's an Audible exclusive, aka The Martian and Project Hail Mary. And then I go to Audible. Audible is my last resort because I'm sick of giving Amazon all my money. When I do buy ebooks, it's almost always from a self-published author. Got you. I like getting ebooks from Story Bundle, but I'm mostly a KU reader or indie authors these days. Yeah. So I just feel like if I am going to buy books, most of them at this point I will purchase as regular like physical books. But if I need to buy something as an ebook, then I will. Kind of like right now, I forgot to pick up the book I'm supposed to read this month that my friend Danny picked. So I'm actually going to be messaging her to let her know that I'm actually going to push that book to next month and I'm going to go ahead and buy it physically. Because I can. She thinks that I will really enjoy it, so I'm just going to go ahead and buy it physically. And if I don't enjoy it, then I will sell it or whatever. But it is not one that I can get from the library. It is smut, which our library has a pretty good smut collection. I'll give them that. But they don't have this one, so KU, Libby, and then Audible. Yeah, I only do Libby first because I can put books obviously with Libby, if one of my libraries has it, I can put it on hold, and then I just mark it when it's supposed to be like when they say it's supposed to be released, which is usually like 2 weeks to many months later. So most of my digital reading is KU or ARCs. Yeah, I do have quite a few books on my Kindle that need to be read. So like The Last House on Needless Street is a book that needs to be read, but because I'm also reading it for my project, I haven't started it. I bought it or I pre-ordered it as a Kindle book because at the time I was 100% digital reader, and it was delivered to me on the day that it was released, and I have it on my Kindle, and it's been sitting there since the day it was released, and I've just never opened it up and read it. I also have the first 2 Good Girls Guide to Murder books on my Kindle. I now own all 3 of them physically, but I read the first one and then never moved on to the second. So I'm probably just gonna end up reading them physically, and then because that's gonna be part of my what I call it vlogoween for October, and then I also have like all of the ACOTAR books. Like I have quite a backlog on my actual Kindle. I just thrift stores, library sales, thrift books. Got you. Yeah, Sam is always talking about like, oh, I'll take you to Barnes & Noble during a sale, which at some point I will have money during a Barnes & Noble sale, but otherwise, like I'm really happy going to like half price books, because half price books has obviously the books that are marked down because they're used, but then they also have like the new releases. So if you really want new releases, you can get them. Like when I was in there like a month ago now, with Sam, right before I went to get my hair done, which this is coming out this weekend, so this will be the last week with my hair done, for a little bit. When we went in there, they had a whole table of new releases that had like the first Crescent City book. It had a bunch of like Taylor Jenkins Reid. It had a bunch of Colleen Hoover. Like it had a bunch of stuff on there that was like new and noteworthy. Smart library books. You better spray some eyes on that before you read it. No, when I do library books, I almost exclusively do them through Libby. I do currently have 3 books that are checked out from the library that are physical, and that's only because Ari and I went in and I was like, I'm just gonna grab these. One of them was for my project, and the other one I grabbed 3. One is Girl A, which I ended up finding on Libby, so I'm just gonna end up returning that. I'm not gonna read it. I found the audiobook on Libby. And then I have Other People's Clothes, which I have physically, but I think I may return that as well because I also found it on Libby later on audio. And then I checked out Keeper of the Lost Cities, and then I haven't read it yet, and it's due on the 1st. So I only do KU first just in case it's there, and that way I don't have use one of the library's copies. Yeah, that makes sense. Have you tried Better World Books? For every order they donate to a cause, it's like shopping with a purpose. Please hold while I open up another tab. Better World Books. I'm going to be checking this out. Thanks for that. Honestly, because here's the thing. If I can shop used, I will. And I do Walmart a lot just because Walmart has sales on their books. So. Library sales are off the chain. Yeah, I need to find out when our library does library sales because I would love to do that, honestly. Yeah, I would love to do library sales. I'd be 2 years out to get a smut book. Like I said, all of my when I get smut from the library, it's not physical. It's all ebooks. So Barnes & Noble sales are so pricey to me. I get my books dirt cheap for free. I got you. My library only has Hoopla. Her Libby is better. So our library also has Hoopla. Hoopla annoys me because I don't know if it's that like the library. It's so weird because I'll be able to find a book on Libby and then look for the same library on Hoopla and not be able to find it. I don't understand how to use Hoopla, I think that's the problem. I think it's that I don't know how to use it. And so it's confusing to me. My students often get me Barnes & Noble gift cards. Yeah. I had family members that used to buy me exclusively Barnes & Noble gift cards. So, like, if people gave them to me, I would use them. People have asked me before, like, oh, what are bookstores that are near you? And I'm like, we have Barnes & Noble. We have half-price books. So, if people were to get me, like, gift cards those places, then yeah. But it's also why I just kind of, my family and stuff also has access to my Amazon wish list because I'm like, just do this. Like, it'll get sent directly to my house. You don't have to worry about it. My library even has some books for free because they had no dust covers. That's awesome. Yeah, Libby, I don't understand. And I'm not dissing anyone that does like Hoopla. I read graphic novels on Hoopla. I read manga on Hoopla. Sam uses Hoopla because he reads a lot of graphic novels. I don't think he reads as much manga, but Sam reads a lot of graphic novels, and so I know that he uses Hoopla for that. It's just for like mainstream books and audio, I have trouble with it. And it could just be me. It could be a user thing. Book sale going on the weekend after Labor Day next to my work, so perfect timing for me to do a little pre-birthday book haul. I mean, yes, live your best life. Hoopla is great for graphic novels. Hoopla's okay, but Libby has a way better selection for me. Yeah, I agree that Hoopla is better for some things than for others. I will always check Libby. I honestly forget that I even have Hoopla half the time. Hoopla wouldn't even let me sign in. That's weird. Hoopla Library isn't set up by the library. The library just has a subscription. That's interesting. I didn't know that. That makes a lot of sense now, though. Sends me out every time I click that. So I was having issues with it when I had the Florida library that I'm part of also, or that I have a card to, also had Hoopla, and I listened to some audio through them. I don't utilize the ebooks on Hoopla because you can't send them to Kindle. I will use Hoopla on my iPad for graphic novels because I read graphic novels and manga on my iPad anyway because it's sharper. So even if it's in the Kindle app, I still read it that way. It's actually how I read Your Lie in April because almost all of the volumes for that are on Kindle Unlimited. I think there's only a couple, like the last couple are not. And I was able to get those from the library. So I will use my iPad to read certain things. It's actually why I want to get an iPad mini, is for reading graphic novels. Hoopla is weird because libraries get to choose which sections they want to subscribe to. Got you. Hoopla's ebooks. Yeah, so Hoopla's ebooks, because Hoopla wants you to read in their app. So I personally only use Hoopla for graphic novels / manga, and which I know they're different, but I use it for graphic novels and manga, and I also will use Hoopla for audiobooks, but I don't use it to read ebooks. Yeah, our library has relatively limited checkouts, but they have a lot of graphic novels and manga, so that's the only reason I keep it downloaded. Hoopla doesn't have a great selection. The only books I read were on Campus series. Couldn't find anything else. Got you. I think it depends on how good your library selection is. My library has such long waits that Hoopla is great. Yeah, here's the thing. If my library had more options via Hoopla, I think it would be good. Because I asked her, like, when I got mine and Ari's library cards, I was like, so do y'all have Hoopla? I was like, y'all use Hoopla? And she was like, yeah. She's like, we use Hoopla. And like, I was able to find some stuff, but like, for instance, Fable. So I know not a lot of people like this book, okay, but I really liked the audio of Fable. I thought it was a good story. I thought it was cute. I looked for that and it will pop up as an audiobook, but then it'll say that there are no copies available to borrow. Like, it's very, I don't know. Hoopla is very weird and sometimes very annoying. So a lot of times what I will do with Hoopla is I will just scroll through like the suggestions that they give me, and sometimes I'll find audiobooks that I like on there. Limited to 5 books a month, so I pretty much only use it for audiobooks since I read about 5 audios a month. Yeah, I really only use Hoopla for audio. I will use it for graphic novels and manga, but I mostly use it for audio. It does bug me that Hoopla isn't compatible, but I wonder if it will be with Kindle switching over. Maybe. I know that at one point the reason that Hoopla wasn't is because they wanted you to read from their app. So logged onto Ohio library for the entire state. I only read graphic novels and audiobooks as well. Yeah. I have 17 cards, so some of them have Hoopla access, but only one has a decent number of checkouts. So I always have to sign in and out of each library. Got you. My friend doesn't get that with Libby, though, because she lives near Cleveland and it logs her into their digital library. For the books, yeah, that's why I don't read off of my iPad or my phone. If I'm going to read an ebook, I'm going to read it off my Kindle. So like I said, I only use it for graphic novels or manga and audio. Wait times are much less. Yeah, pretty much only use it for graphic novels. There are a bunch of bonus borrows this month on Hoopla that don't count against your instant borrows. Interesting. Yeah, and I also know that like people have said, "Oh, this book is on Hoopla," and then I'm like, "It's not. Like I can't access it through my library." So yeah, I don't know. Hoopla is a very strange app, but I'm trying to get used to it. All right, so we're gonna do one more sprint. I'm a little bit past the 30-minute time, but that's okay. So we're gonna do one more sprint, and we're gonna do it for 30 minutes. Listen, I might get a Casey card. I have like, I don't know, it's from California, I think. And anyone was able to get one. Let me just tell you what cards I have. I have, how do I see them? Where? Okay. I have the Volusia County Public Library card, which is Florida. I have the Bridges card, which is from my hometown in Iowa. I have an Indianapolis Public Library card, which it's like, I don't know, 50 something branches. It's like ridiculous how big the Indianapolis library is. And then I have the Broward County Library card, which is California, but anyone can get an e-card from them. So yeah. All right. So let's do one more 30-minute sprint. Let me change the cat here. And then I think we're going to call it a night. So I will see everybody in 30 minutes. Oh, and I am muted. Okay, well, we'll start over. I know Jess went to bed. I'm sure she's gone. This was not the right comment. She said she was going to bed. So good night to Jessica. Also, Kim just went to bed. Good night to Kim. Proud of her for reading to page 50 in her book. I know that her goal was to get something read. 10 pages. Talk to a friend on Discord. Love to hear it. So sorry for being muted. I read 16 pages, so that was another chapter down. I read much slower physically than I do ebook or obviously audiobook. I actually read the fastest doing immersion reading, because what I do with the audio when I immersion read is I set the audio to move as quickly as my eyes move across a page. That's what I do. But if I'm reading by myself physically, I do read a bit slower. So I am on chapter 4 and I'll be starting on page 65. I'm really enjoying this book. If it doesn't get like a 4 or 5 star rating from me, it'll be because of the end and how it wraps up. But so far, I'm loving it. It's mixed media. I'm enjoying it. It's a good time. Read 34 pages and cried a bit. So glad that you got to read 34 pages, but sorry that you cried. Made it to page 8, going to bed soon. Big day tomorrow. I hope that you have a great day. I'm also going to bed soon. 9% of Project Hail Mary, almost 60% in. Love to hear it. Yes. So I don't know. This book is so new that I don't know. I don't even remember when Year Invited came out, because I'm pretty sure this was an early release on yeah. Everything's got a hold. How long is this hold? I was trying to find the audio just to see how long the hold was. Oh no, 11 weeks. Absolutely not. I don't really want the book to end. It's just a sweet book. I also laughed a bunch. Those are the best books. You know what I mean? Like, they make you laugh, they make you cry, they make you angry. I like books that have all the emotions. All right, friends, I'm going to hop off here and go to bed. We do have sprints on Tuesday at 10 p.m., Wednesday at 3 p.m., unless it changes. But as of right now, my Wednesday sprints are the normal day. And then Friday at 10 a.m. and Saturday at 8 p.m. Although I might move it. I might start moving the Saturday sprints to 9. Just because it's a little bit more convenient for me. Goodreads says pub is September 13th. Okay, so that might be why everything, because it's saying 11 weeks. That would be more than 11 weeks, but that would make sense. No problem. Good night, Lauren. Again, thank you for my book that's over here under this bag of chips. Thank you for this. It will be read very soon. No problem. Good night. Yes, so I will see everyone on Tuesday. I think people are having sprints. I know that the first sprints for Rom-Comathon, if you want to do those, are on Aoife's channel, which is Pretty Purple Polka Dots. I did share the Instagram, but there, if you just type in Rom-Comathon into whatever that's called, let me see if I have the link. Oh no, that ain't it. Into the Rom-Comathon thing, it will, or into Instagram, it will pop up. But the first sprints for those are on Tuesday at noon Eastern on Aoife's channel. So yes. All right, y'all. Good night. I will see y'all next week. Thank you for hanging out with me. Bye.